and I am nowhere near complete. Because I have pizza. There we go. Boom. Figure I'd do more fishing this week. Well, because I wanted to do like some Magic the Gathering deck stuff for Commander. But Architect is in a tizzy, which is fine, because I was gonna like restart the whole deck anyway. And of course I'm chatting in the Discord that's linked in the description. And I figured I'd go after one of the other fish that I'm missing, since the all-star fish doesn't want to be fished, I guess. Anyway, probably go to try to get that one. I'm missing one in the Berg, one on Walrus Way, one at the estate after I caught the holy mackerel last week. One in Donald's Dreamland. Oh, hey. Someone has to come aboard. But one at the estate, one in Dreamland, one on Walrus Way, and one in the Berg. Then I have these two that I'm sure I'll just catch first thing, I reckon. I am up. Wanted to try to be a lot more involved with the stream display, I guess. Because one of the thoughts I had was I want to be more immersed, more engaged with my own stream. So I wanted to make like a contractor type thing. And to play in the whole fishing thing, I'd have like the contractor in one hand and a soda in the other. But I was focused too much on soda. I got neither done. And I didn't really have that much time anyway. Maybe next week. I don't know who the everyone is that I ping on Twitter. But I'm sure they'll ignore it. Everyone does. I should see who owns that tag, the app. Oh, it's a planet. Neat. It seems fairly new. Stop that. So maybe I accidentally did ping someone. I kind of just rushed through everything this morning because I was trying to get the soda done, so I'd at least have that. But I didn't really get it done. Then apparently there's like some architect login issues. That took up a whole half hour. I was just like, ugh. I guess specifically here, trying to get the grizzly barracuda. I did get the honey barracuda first thing. I gotta be picky again. But I don't think I have to be as picky here as I do have to be at the estate. Because I think the Berg and Donald Streamland both have mostly fish that cost more than 10. And I tried to get in touch with Roblox while they're doing their whole thing. To see if we can come to an amicable place with the account. But apparently they're rather prefer to keep me banned than actually do anything about their broken AI or users that feel the need to hack someone. There's a koala barracuda. And I also, I guess, sent a whole firmly worded letter to the safety team saying that you can't keep people safe if everything's fucking broken all the time and the employees don't want to do shit. Because then you just ban people like me who didn't fucking do anything. I have to deal with your bullshit. It's all just ugh. Ugh. And I'm thinking, even though I wanted to do like a whole caravan around Toontown, with finishing my suits for one, but also the boss rush, I decided that I also wanted to add in a 4-star a 4-star field office. And because I don't really have the remotes for that, I need to go about doing remotes on top of Brown Barracuda. I have to get level 3 remotes on top of the already going on hunt or cogsmiths, which is Weezer, Breeze, and Flim Flam. I guess people really aren't in the mood to like shop. Even if I'm directly saying what I'm looking for. As well as saying that we can vote on the rest. It's just like, why? This week's just going swell. It's going swimmingly, even. See if I can invite someone to the voice chat. What do you mean 1 month? I have Ruby. But yeah, I decided to cut Nitro. I have other things that I can spend the money on, rather than another year of Nitro. Because I'm not a Discord e-kit and I don't get free Discord. Ooh, I got something. I'm forced to take something. And I'm forced to open that. I got her for 5 seconds. Let me grab my pizza. Damn it. But yeah, I was watching Adsy doing his another koala. I forget which challenge he was doing a couple of days ago. Someone, I guess, in chat mentioned something about pizza. I was like, ooh, I haven't had pizza in a while. Maybe I should get a pizza. I mean, I have this $10. Piano tuna. But I have this $10 that I found. Why don't I blow it all on pizza? And bada bing, bada boom, I got some pizza. I tried to go with the cheap pizza. Because I didn't want to spend that much anyway. I ended up spending that much anyway on pizza. That's just because the Marco's Pizza close to me doesn't have one of the deals that they had when they opened, and that some of the other Marco's Pizzas have, which is like a 1-topping medium for $10. I forget if it was $10 exact, but apparently they don't have that deal anymore. Or it's only like for in-person orders. So the alternative was a heart-shaped pizza for, it was about $12 total. So it was a heart-shaped medium pizza, $12. Or I could go with this other deal that they had. It was like a large 2-topping Mike's Hot Honey Pizza. $2 more. So I was like, why am I piddling around with this heart-shaped pizza that's probably gonna leave a heart-shaped pit in my stomach of hunger? And I can just go with this large 14-inch pizza that doesn't have a cross-section cut out of it to make it look like a heart. Ooh. New record on the weather balloon fish. With that said, I got pepperoni and sausage on it. And I'm just dipping it in a side of ranch. Ugh. But I also have not 12 days, but 18 days to make $1,200, which isn't hard per se, if I could get the jobs. But the place I'm working at now isn't exactly stable employment. So I guess I'll have to ask them if they can give me jobs. Which, hooray. Ah, another brown. But as I said before, I want to work on my poo-poo the poopering. Deck. After I make sure the Roblox guys didn't email me back already. Because they're always wishy-washy on whether or not they want to apply or not. And it's like actual humans. Which is bullshit. Bullshit and hoopla. But I can't really go in and change that, even though I have a share of the company. Well, I own a stock, not exactly a share. Wait, how many stocks do own a share? How many stocks is... Ooh. To own one single share of a company, it only requires one stock. So says Google AI. Stocks for company. Investment. But yeah, I own a share of Roblox. And I shall be feared. I shall be feared amongst the no one at the company because they suck ass. Even though I could go down there and demand to be seen and heard. I mean, since they have been a for-profit company in the last little bit. Cut. But I don't really have enough to go down and do that. So it's like, But this is why I want to, like, try to do the contractor overlay. I want to edit it up to try and fit within the confines of the tunes of town. But everything's just been like, game paper for best. Commander. Now cut all of that. Go with fixing puzzle box. Get kicked out of fishing again, as I'm not paying attention. As timers need to be longer, god damn it. Whatever. Dagger. And more eel. Starfish. Now we'll go with synergy dice here. Oh, I can do that with just spacebar. Neat. A koala barracuda. I didn't want to see that one. But we go Sindri dice and then dice roll. A balloon fish, a catfish, I had a tab with all this stuff open. I've been trying to cut back on my tabs, so I accidentally closed it. So we're going with this. Paste all that stuff. Got a dogfish in the game. Then we have a dice roll. O tag dice roll. Have O tag dice roll. Then I have to go minus oh shit. Timer, timer, timer! Timer! Wonder if I can do this. A minus O attraction what? Minus T traction. Shark. Traction. And not. The text includes traction. Ah! I think I have to do both separately. I got a black barracuda. Another black barracuda. But that did not work the way I wanted it to. Heck. Heck. Unless it's dead and it's trying to look for things that fit both the qualifications of O-Tag dice roll and the other one, which I guess they'll fix. Synergy dice or O-Tag dice roll. Take that, Omna. I have like no attractions at all. And of course I'm kicked off again. Ugh. But look at all those glorious cards. Most of which I won't play. Of which there's 105. Most of them are trash. Because they don't work with their Mr. House. For people that don't know, if you've ever actually read Mr. House, he only does what you want him to. If you roll a 4 or greater, open them up with got a piano tuner. Let this fizzle out real quick. I want to zoom in a little. It is now zoomed in a little. Mr. House here. Not even looking at him. Whenever you roll a die, if the result is 4 or higher, you create a 3/3 robot. Then if it's 6 or higher, you can create an additional treasure token. Then if you have 4 mana, you can tap them. To roll a single d6. Then an additional d6 for each mana from treasure that was spent to activate the ability. Meaning, that if you want full value from the ability on Mr. House, you need 4 treasure tokens. This means, though, is that you're either building a treasure deck with Mr. House at the helm, or you're rolling almost exclusively d6. Not exclusively d6, but exclusively d20s. That's dice. That's the shape I'm thinking of. And that's because you have an 80% chance to roll a 6 or higher on a d20 than you do any other die. It's maybe not 80%, like 70%. Then if you think about every other die that is in the die roll category, because you have D6s, D4s, D12s, and D10s. All of those get thrown directly into the trash. Which is why, with this new build, I'm just going for general good stuff dice swap. Because we are in 5 colors for 1, and for 2. Because that's how I imagine dice to be anyway. And I am going with 13 cards that roll dice to go along with the two payoffs that we're running. Which don't roll dice in and of themselves. Because fuck you, I guess. Or that would have been too good, I guess. I don't know. I don't know with these people. It doesn't even look like she's in here yet. Yeah. Go straight from H to I. Meaning that either someone doesn't care to slap the tags on her, or they haven't gotten to it yet. But the card, I am restructuring the deck around and am debating if I just want to have her be the only payoff besides for Barbarian class. Because Barbarian class gives menace to my commander, which will help her get in and actually survive the attack to get her trigger off. Or I can just stack it on people, one creature, do that kind of thing. But the payoff is Shira, which is coming out in 2 months in the Mystery Booster Commander Edition. Which I don't know if there'll be more spoilers between now and then. King Crab. But Chira, whenever we discard one or more cards at random, select one or more targets at random, select one or more modes of a modal spell at random. A new record on my Alaskan King Crab. How Alaskan. How dubious. But whenever we discard one or more cards at random, select one or more targets at random, select one or more moods at random, or flip, flip one or more coins, or the important part, roll one or more dice, be paid a +1/+1 plusle counter on Shira and create a tapped treasure token, meaning she will eventually end the game on her own if she's not dealt with, as well as steadily pump us out treasure even if they are packed. I don't know why they're tapped. Maybe they're scared of dice or something. For the hell of it, I also looked at the other nodes of her. And check this tripod tagger. Maybe they did add tags for the other stuff. Gains PP car, gains plus gains PP counters, repeatable PP counters, repeatable triggers, self-discard matters, triggered ability, discard matter, artifact tokens, repeatable. Which, now that I think about it, I should just talk to her while I'm looking up gamble shit. Or you guys can just take my word for it. Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean there's 0 cards that include text? And got the O discard. But we of course have a stupid horse getting in the way. Stupid horse. But we have a few cards that we could add, technically, after I get another soda. Or should I say another 2 soda? Another 2 soda! Sody. Sody poopion. The soda of poop. Poop. Poop in your pumpkin pants. Probably have like a Discord channel for all of this stuff. But what I want to listen to after I cast again, do the perfect cast. Golden Eye. Going to back to the cards instead of getting distracted by sports drink and selling my fish. Is that I was looking at cards that randomly discarded, because we all know of like Gamble and stuff, like Gamble and that other one, the Goblin, Gamble and what's that other tutor? The should put gang paper. What's that book? Get what the book was. It's not reckless handling, ring of renewal. Even though if you wanted to go like ring of renewal deck, then Shira would probably be the best option for that. Being that you discard a card at random and draw 2 cards that cost 5 mana. That's bad. Could be a good card to pin Shira. Gives you a 1 mana discount on it. Here is Wild Research. This is the other tutor that goes well with Shira. But Wild Research, you can pay 1 and a white to search your library for an enchantment. Put it into your hand and discard a card at random. Then shuffle your library. Or you can pay 1 in blue to search your library for an instant card. Reveal that card, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library and discard a card at random. Whichever way works. Both the same, but the white ability searches for an enchantment, the blue one searches for an instant. And I thought about it for a good 5 seconds. That's because we don't really have enough, like, instants in the card pool that we can take advantage of. At least I don't think. Like, we have maybe... Faraday's Fireball is an instant. But we have... Song of Inspiration. Which... may be a preference thing, but I'm not big on the green spells that return only permanents. So Song of Inspiration is out. Will's Reversal and other protection can search for it. Then we have a chance of accidentally discarding it, so it's kind of iffy, I guess. I mean, it is interesting. But you know what that one guy says. Interesting does not make... One of my worries is making a deck that's too interesting. It just dies on the first few turns of the game. Which will probably happen anyway. But taking steps to kind of mitigate that would be helpful. Then we have Six-Sided Die, which is if it was the only option available, it still would not be great. Because it's going too far in the direction of random after 2 sets of them saying, oh, we don't want randomness ruining a game. We're gonna make all of these set to do stuff. And then you roll for extras. So that's out. Revivify could be interesting as like a actually it is interesting now that I think about it, because if we're playing Ashnod's Altar with Hill, which I don't think I ever went through what Hill does, so he's our commander. Helm is we can pay 2 to choose a target creature card in our graveyard that was put there from the battlefield this turn and return it to the battlefield tapped. Meaning it's a kind of pseudo blink, which I find interesting. Can run it with one of my favorite cards from the pool, which is none of the ones on first page. And I immediately catch another clownfish. Hope that wasn't it. Didn't look like it. But it is no thick. Oh, no thick. The gristle whore. Right. But okay, maybe I might fit wild research in here. Or in the deck. Wait. Does she work? Don't kick me out when I cast. Damn it. I think it does, actually. Hold on. Hold on. Targets at random. Don't lay at me, game. Deck. Oh. A deck of many things. No, it doesn't target. It's not a random target. No, what a blunder, what an oversight, no! I forgot what other thing I was thinking of. Select one more targets at random. Discard one cards at random. damn, though. I mean, it's fair if you want to put in the flavor text, instead of saying, whenever you return one or more cards from your graveyard to your hand at random. To work with the deck of many things. I forgot what the other thing was that I was looking for. But wild research might be the play. Anyway, you're already playing Ashnod's Altar with Hot Helm. That way, during other people's turns, you can sack away one of your dice rolling creatures. And then immediately bring it back. What value? Of which there isn't very many good ETBs in dice. So that plan might be, well, not entirely bunk, because you can do other things. But no, protect them from being destroyed via combat. And there is at least the Darksteel Colossus that we're gonna have in the deck. And that's because we can pet him in via Vexing Puzzle Box, which is whenever we roll one more dice, we pet a number of charge counters on Vexing Puzzle Box equal to the result. Then we can tap to add 1 mana of any color, then roll a d20, or we can tap it to remove 100 charge counters. Search our library. Search our library for an artifact card. Put that card onto the battlefield. Shuffle. Then we have I think it's on first page. I think it's in here. So it should be here. Sword of Hours, Settlement. Ah, here it is. Treasure Chest, which is a card that I've come around on. Which is 3 to play. Free to play, and then we can pay 4 at any time. Sacrifice it, then roll a d20. Now on a 1, we lose 3 life. On a 2 through 9, we create 5 treasure tokens. On a 10 through 19, we gain 3 life and draw 2. Then on a nat 20, we search our library for a card. And if it's an artifact card, put onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put that card into our hand, then shuffle. Which, for me, what I keep going back and forth on is that if we cheated in with Goblin Engineer, another one of the various staples of the format, if we cheated in with Goblin Engineer, then we're still technically paying 5 mana for 5 mana, which is not good. But the fact that we can draw 3 cards, or on the blue moon occasion that we get the nat 20 result, we can just put Darksteel Colossus into play. And I know some people have questioned me on why are we playing Darksteel Colossus? Why not any of the other more synergistic artifacts? Or just not do it at all? And the reason being, if we spend possibly 4 or 5 turns, depending on how often we're rolling, we spend 4 or 5 turns rolling dice, or less, depending on if we can get cheat out one of the ancient metal dragons, which I have also considered as like a thing to add to the pool. Lost my train of thought. Pause the music real quick. If we spend 4 or 5 turns rolling dice, or less, depending on if we can cheat out one of the ancient metal dragons, then we should win the game at that point and not try to further our game plan. So if we go with Darksteel Colossus, then we can win the game off of the back of Darksteel Colossus. And turn everything into Darksteel Colossus. Via a spell I forget the name of offhand. but I should be able to find if I look at the old tags of Mirror, which is an example of what we're going to be doing. Mirror Weave allows us to choose a creature where each other creature becomes a copy of target non-legendary creature until end of turn. So, 4 mana at instant speed, we can turn our entire board into Darksteel Colossus. Or Darksteel Colossi. Colosso. Which, I'm surprised this card hasn't been reprinted, like, at all. But there's a better version of this. Do. Right here. Which is the backside of this. Which is Echoing Equation. We choose target creature be controlled, and each other creature we control becomes a copy of it until end of turn, except those creatures aren't legendary if the chosen creature is legendary. Then on the front side is a troll druid that would probably never cast unless we can just sacrifice it later. For 1 and double green, as long as we control 8 or more lands, he gets +5/+5. He has trample and he starts out as an 8/8. Proving one side is stronger than the other side. But, this is a big but. Not a big but we can cast the Pugilist early, and then in the late game, if we have another creature out, or the one Emeritus that can cast Regrowth. Yeah. Making this messy with tabs already. Emeritus. Just Emeritus of Abundance, which this creature enters prepared, and whenever it attacks, If you control 8 or more lands, this creature becomes prepared. Then the prepared spell is Regrowth, which is 1 green at sorcery speed. And we can return target card from our graveyard to our hand. And surprisingly, because I was doing a search around this card to see if there was a creature that had an enters ability and a attack ability, evolving returning cards from the graveyard. This was the best card I could come up with. Which is just blah, I think. Just blah. Yeah, just blah. Because I really wanted, because I am going to, I guess, pet another black barracuda. But I want to put a all-in attack engine into the deck. So that Sicily, who has an attack trigger, can attack safely. Turn my music back on. But I wanted some overlap with Othelm so that I could get value off of Othelm while doing Sicily stuff. So I looked for creatures with enters and attacks, enters triggers and attack triggers. So I might be putting in hitting in 2 of the Deskmorn Overlords. Which is like the 2 Overlords that I thought I was going to be putting in originally. Which is the black one and the green one. Black one because it was cycles. Blue one because it can help us draw our library. Then I'm back and forth on the green one, now that it's affordable. Because while we do need the ramp, because everything in the deck costs 4, it's still an initial investment of about 3 if we cast it for its impending. Then if we don't, it's another creature that costs 5. And it's going to be rough to cast. Because it's more top end, yay! Which we already are spending a heavy amount of the deck trying to make like a bunch of treasure tokens and stuff. But I guess if we're not specifically creating treasure tokens, we don't specifically need treasure tokens, we just need it for the name. Then I guess we can put in the old stuff as well. So we can put in Curse of Opulence. Then get it back with Comet Stood Up Pup later, after someone dies. Which we're already attacking anyway, we might as well as get rewarded for it. That's why I'm debating that other one that gives us a treasure for each opponent that we attack. And then I debated Ishan. It's this dude. I keep getting Fighting Palm Ninja. It enters with a menace counter. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, they have a menace counter from it. When you do, that player reveals their hand, you choose it. Exile it. I mean, Reconnaissance was a God damn it. Where the seas. Ah, elephant rat. So do each eye. Elegance, Kethis, Johans. stopgap. Johan does not attack. As long as Johan does not attack and is untapped. Attacking does not cause creatures you control to tap. Huh. Forgot about Johan. Not what I'm looking for, though. Poison! Poison! Where are you, you blasted fool? That orc. Whatever. Whatever. He doubles attack triggers. That's all you need to know. Whenever something attacks, he doubles attack triggers. And I debated him for a bit. Because what I thought was that he double triggered any ability that triggered if a creature attacked. So if I had Chira out and I attacked with a card that rolled a die, because it said on attack roll a die, I would be able to double trigger both Chira and the thing that rolled the die. Or double trigger as in it saw me roll 2 dice. So it would double. See. So instead of just getting 2 triggers, I'd get 4 triggers. Or in the case of another card, I'd get 4 1/1 dragons. But there was a ruling on the card that said it only doubled, that he only double triggered cards that could that Ishan only double triggered cards that had an effect of when you attack or other attacking triggers. Like when you attack your opponent, you get X kind of triggers, and not triggers like, not just all triggers that trigger during the damage step. Not the damage step, but the attack step. So, even though Chira is triggering from a creature attacking, she does not get to double trigger. There. But I might go back to him because we do have a lot of cards in the deck, or that's going to be in the deck, that triggers off of things attacking or the card itself attacking. Like, Wooding Ogre, which is like this, draft common in the pool I can pull up. Ugh. This guy right here, this guy. The draft common of all time. Which whenever he attacks, we roll a d20. On a 1 through 9, we create a treasure token. On a 10 through 19, we create 2 treasure tokens. Then on a nat 20, create 3 treasure tokens. Which in the realm of this and Nothic, this is severely outclassed by Nothic. Which Nothic, when it dies, they roll a d20. But on a 1 through 9, we draw a card and lose a life. On a 10 through 19, we draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Then on a nat 20, we draw 7 cards, lose 7 life. Which is far fucking better than just doing 3. And if it wasn't 4 cards like Nothic, I would have just given up like 4 years ago to making this deck. Just said, oh, this pool is unsalvageable. Fuck it. But since we have cards like Nothic, I want to see if the deck could be made. And to that end, it can be made, but some concessions are going to have to be made for the deck. As well as the fact that not running enough dice roll cards, and I say that in quotes, isn't valid criticism, even though there is 100 cards in the pool, not including the attraction stuff. And the reason for that is because most of them are the draft commons that were made bad because of the, as I said on Twitter, the, forgot what exactly I said. The play designers of the Anti-Dice Blood Pact. And I say that they may have had a blood pact because Patrick Sullivan? I don't know. I forget who it was. No, no. Don't make me look it up.
Hello and welcome back to the Receivables Judgment Edition. I'm your host, Patrick Sullivan, joined by
Patrick Sullivan, guy who wrote the new book, That's All the Rage. But Patrick Sullivan, who was working at Wizards at the time of them making the original D&D set. Was talking to the play designers of the D&D set, and he said that they were scared that they'd make something super powerful. So, any card that rolled dice that came across their desk was to be nerfed into the ground. And you can find that where he said it in the unhinged view of the receivables. I could just play that episode. And hope that they don't get like.
It's really cool. It is, and I also like it as.
Hope that they don't just get like butthurt if I play the video until they say that. That's because I like this show. I'll just have it turned down a bit.
What's up, everybody?
I want to talk more
to
about stuff.
The Receivables Unglued Edition. I'm your host, Cedric Phillips.
Oh, it's unglued, not unhinged. Unhinged is the second set. unglued is the first. Whatever. I shall look for it later. Because I thought I had a... Because I thought I had the video thing set to the specific timestamp where they said it. But they want to make the dice roll cards as bad as possible for competitive integrity. Well, I'm just assuming there, but you kind of have to ask why. Why would you go into a job wanting to make cards as bad as possible? As bad and as unplayable as possible. Like, I think you'd want to make them at least playable casually. Like something where casual looks at it and goes, hey, maybe I can slot this into my deck that attacks it a lot. You know? Instead, they're all balanced around the Nat 20 effect. The Nat 20 effects on them. Not really around, is this card playable if it's a coin flip card? Because basically all the D20 ones are essentially coin flip cards. Because you'll mostly get either the 1 through 9 effects or the 10 through 19 effects. And on the rare chance, you might get the Nat 20 effect. So you want to make the Nat... So if I was designing these cards back then, I would have put more stock in the Nat 20 effect and wanting to make those not insane, but like yeah, not insane, because you do want to have some of that playability aspect of if they get the Nat 20, they don't just have 7 billion treasures. It can just kill you with a fireball or whatever. But at the same time, you know, you want to have Nat 20 effects, where if they roll the Nat 20 effect, they're not disappointed. Like, I think Nothic rides that line. To where it's not disappointing enough if you get the coin flip effects. Because you are at least replacing him or getting a +1. Then if you roll a Nat 20, it's all gravy. But Hoarding Ogre Like, what the fuck? You don't even get paid back. You only get 3. Which is like 3/4 of his mana cost. Why? The treasure chest isn't even a treasure chest. You're spending 5 mana to get 5 mana back. Or 7 mana to get 5 mana back. If you roll a 1 through 9. Like they could have made it the 1 through 9 of treasure chests be 7 treasures. Then it would have been okay. Spend 7 mana, but get 7 mana back. But it was also a core set, so it was kind of just that. But I do need to BRB real quick. I'll be back. And I'll have to minimize everything. Because it froze again. Because it's freezing again. Ugh. God damn it. Ugh. Stop it. I'll be back. Okay, now I'll be back. I'll have to look for it later. That said, turn myself down. Not do that. Stop that. So, guess I'll just play it. Not play it as per turns of blah, ooh blah, blah, and damn you. Fishing and I immediately get 150 jelly beans. Is that a big old peach? As I was saying before, there's a bunch of attack triggers in this card pool. I type in O attack. There's 11 cards. With a number of them being spell free, I guess. Like turning on the old thing here. There's at least 3 that I'm definitely playing.
Dr. White, telephone please. Dr. White.
A nurse shark. But that strength testing hammer, which on attack reroll a d6, then the equipped creature gets +6 plus X plus 0, where X is the result. Then if it has the greatest power or tied greatest power on creatures on the battlefield, we draw a card. Then we have Sword of Hours, which when the equipped creature attacks, we put a +1/+1 counter on it. Then if the creature deals combat damage, we roll a d12. If the result is greater than the damage dealt, or the result is 12, we double all soul counters on the creature. Which goes hard with Cheer Up. And the third one that I've always been back and forth on playing, But if we're doing like a... I guess there's two. There's... Chaos Dragon, which attacks each combat if able. At the beginning of combat of the turn, each player rolls a d20, hitting us. And if one or more opponents has the highest result, then we must attack them. Or the dragon... no. If one or more opponents had the highest result, this creature can't attack those players or planeswalkers. They control this combat. Oh. Oh. So it's not entirely chaotic. That makes it slightly better. I think I fell into a parallel universe where it had to attack the highest. And but anyway, the other card is Iron Mastiff. Whenever this creature attacks, we roll a d20 for each player being attacked. All but the highest roll. And on a 1 through 9, the dog deals damage equal to its power to us. On a 10 through 19, it deals damage equal to its power to defending player. Then on a nat 20, deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. So this is also a kind of good creature to either mirror what have you. Especially if we have multiple creatures with +0 counters on them. Because then we can just roll 3 d20s and get a nat 20 maybe. Or just roll like no, it's 3 per, so it's like x to the power of 3. So if we roll x to the power of 3 die, say we don't ever get a nat 20 result. Let's just say we have 6 creatures. And we send 2 creatures, 2 creatures each, at each of our opponents. That means, bare minimum, since Iron Mastiff is a 4/4, that would deal at least 8 damage to each of our opponents. Which is a massive life swing. A massive life point swing in our favor. And then if we roll a nat 20, that's just gravy on top of it. Or multiple d20s. Or multiple nat 20s. Not d20s. Dummy. So we could just like finish off the game with the dog, which would be spicy, or we could do other stuff. Since we are playing these 6, I figured why not run Hoarding Ogre as well. Because we might also be running Ebony Fly, which is a 2 mana rock that rolls a that we can tap for colorless or pay 4 and roll a d6 to have it become an XX insect artifact creature with fly. X is the result. But it's functionally a rogue's passage, because whenever it attacks, another attacking creature gains flying. So I figured since we're running all these attack things, these things that want to attack, we might as well as also run. And I know someone's gonna bring up, why not Delana Chaos Channel? But Delana doesn't really work with attack triggers. Because whenever Delana Wild Mage attacks, you choose you roll a d20 and create a tapped attacking token. Tapped and attacking token that's a copy of a creature, except it's not legendary if it's legendary. And it has exile this creature at the end of combat. Then on a 15 through 20 we create one of the tokens and then roll again. So if we have one of the other cards, we can just go off, just take over the game. But because the token is already tapped and attacking, Delana specifically works with either leaves the battlefield triggers or enter the battlefield triggers, or triggers that happen when the creature slaps the opponent on the ass. But if the creature has a trigger for when it is attacking, it does not go off. So Cecily doesn't get fed off Delana, Chaos Dragon doesn't get fed off Delana, Iron Mastiff as well. What an ogre strength testing hammer, I guess. And Chaos Channeler doesn't work with our commander. So whenever Chaos Channeler attacks, we roll a d20. Then we exile various amounts of cards from the top of our library. But we can only play them that turn. Which is shit, even if Sicily could play the cards from anywhere. Just because you can only play the cards that turn for 1. And for 2, all of our shit's expensive anyway. So I'm most likely exiling something important. Which there's always the chance that we're not doing that. Exiling something shitty that we would never want. But Chaos Channeler just doesn't work, at least for me. I mean, if we weren't playing blue, then maybe. So I opted, after I get rid of the attack, I opted for 22 Toad, which pets our maximum hand size to 20, which means if someone deals with our commander or blasts it, we don't just discard our hand solemnly, sadly, at the end of the turn during cleanup. But also, whenever we attack with 2 or more creatures, we put a +0 counter on them. Draw a card. And it also grants us a alternative win con, where if we have 20 or more counters on him, or 20 more cards in hand, we win the game. So, if we can protect him, or we just play him, we have 20 cards in hand, and get released. We can just bada bing, bada boom, game. I know some people looking at all this stuff, all of this draw, might go, or why don't we just play Laboratory Lab? Why don't we just play Lab Man? or Lab Jace. Which Lab Jace I can find him. Wielder of Mysteries. We would draw a card while our library has no cards in it. We win the game. Has a +1 where we draw 2, discard 1. We mill 2 cards. Any target player mills 2 cards. And the -8. Draw 7 cards. And doubles up on the win thing. I cut this now. How'd I miss it? Just noticed my pinky doesn't cut. I cut it. Regardless, I'm opting not to put him in the deck because I want to cut back on 4 mana things. Since our commander is 4 mana and most of the creatures things will be playing are also 4 mana. Like 4 or 5 mana. So our hands are going to be tied a lot of the time for what we play. And besides that, I opted for the more interesting conflagrate. Since we're making like a whole bunch of mana from treasures. And or drawing a bunch of cards. Conflagrate kind of just bridges both aspects. Conflagrate is XX and a red, and it deals X damage divided among divided as you choose among any number of targets. So it isn't great on the right. Like if we want to deal 20 to somebody, we need to pay money into the X. And the additional red. But. It's the flashback that's important. Because it has flashback for 2 red. We discard any number of cards in our hand. So, if we have a bunch of cards in our hand, our opponents are low-ish. We can discard our hand, finish off multiple opponents. because it is 1 mana to start, we can bring it back with top. Unless we cast it for the flashback. Damn. Okay. Whatever. So I was also thinking of like the Thornbite staff to go with the Hot Hell. Then playing Swarming Goblins. Which is like another one of the worst cards in Ice Pool. Oh yeah, I forgot about Celebrate 1000. That's also another debatable ad. Like, it isn't great, but it is another way to roll a die on attack, I guess. As well as the center of attention. There's actually a few other ones. I cannot get distracted. As long as you rolled a 6 this turn. Huh. Hey, bullshit. Where is it? Damn it, I catch something immediately. Where is it? There you are. Swarming goblins. When this creature enters, we roll a d20. On the 1 through 9, we a red goblin creature token. 10 through 19, we create 2. And on a nat 20, we create 3 of the tokens. Which is probably great and limited, but is horrible all. But we can combo it. Because the Thornbite staff and of course Ashnod's altar. Thornbite staff has a bunch of equip stuff that is just flavor text on it, but the true text is whenever a creature dies, we untap the equipped creature. So, we can make infinite mana by sacking off swarming goblins to the Ashnod's altar. Thornbite staff will trigger untapping Othelm, which is the creature we're pinning this on. Then we can use the 2 generic to bring back the swarming goblins. Make a token. Then we sack off the swarming goblins to make 2 generic, which will untap Othello, which will allow us to bring back the swarming goblins. So on and so on and so forth. I was debating whether or not I want to have this combo in the deck.
Dr. White, telephone.
Because even though I want a combo in the deck, I'm always just like, well, our deck's bad anyway. We might as well just tutor for the combo every game. And that's not fun for anyone. Just having a deck that just combos every game. Including me! The Johnny Combo Player. Because I like niche interactions like this. And I was also debating playing Beza anyway. A new record on a honey barracuda. But I was debating I want to do that, even though I think most of Commander has become that. It's either combo or get combo. Which also lines up with my experience playing where most of my losses were from a combo player that got set up early and fast. And that nobody drew punch spells besides probably me. Everyone's upset with me. For counterspelling the combo play. I'm just like, eh. But also aside from like one thing, I probably won't have any tutors in that. Not even land tutors. Aside from maybe Wayfarer's Bauble. That's if you don't count. Stop that. If you don't count the cards that reveal cards from the top of the library until a land is revealed. For the card I do want to run from Universes Beyond. Even though I want to keep this mostly universes within. that card is... I think it's Forcegate. Yeah, through the Forcegate, which is we look at the top 20 cards of our library and put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle, then gain 8 life. Then I want to play this as our free castable ramp spell, because the Endeavor Wild Endeavor is we roll 2d4s and choose one result. Then we create a number of 3/3 green beast creature tokens equal to that result. Then search our library for a number of basic land cards equal to the other result. Put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. And if we want to play 5 colors, this card is kind of bad as a ramp spell. Just saying that right now. Like if we have to put it in, because our deck doesn't meet the requirements that I set for myself, where I want 13 cards that roll dice in the deck, then I may put it in, because we have like 10 basic lands. If we go through all 10, and I guess just use it to pump out a bunch of 3/3 beasts, I guess. I guess. A new record on the Panda Bear Akuna. Not what we're looking for, but always good to get a new record. Which, because of one of the which, going back to the Endeavors, we can also run
Dr. White, telephone, please. Dr.
Reckless Endeavor, which can run all of these, except I'm not doing Valiant Endeavor. Arcane Endeavor rolls 2d8, where we draw cards equal to the result chosen and then cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value less than or equal to the other result from our hand without paying mana cost. Grave Endeavor is a Grave Endeavor rolls 2d10. Then it's reanimate that puts +0 counters on the creature equal to the result chosen. Or it's an exsanguinate for the other result. Then Reckless Endeavor is we roll 2 12s. Reckless Endeavor deals damage equal to the result chosen to each creature. Then we create a number of treasure tokens equal to the other result. And Valiant Endeavor, which I'm choosing not to run, is we roll 2d6 and choose one result. And we destroy each creature with power greater than result chosen. Then we create a number of 2/2 White Knight creature tokens with vigilance equal to the other result. So the white one is not the worst one in the cycle, has its uses. Generically, it's bad. Generically, it is sticky poo-poo gobble! But also, I don't know if White Queenie wants it either. Because even though, not White, but White Token Decks. Because unlike most cards with this effect, you don't really have control of it. Then you're also just like exploding some of your own stuff as well, if the roll is too low on both of them. So it's just like, eh. And I'm also debating whether or not I want to run Grave Endeavor. Because I don't know if we want to be actively mulching our decks or not to find stuff. Because one of my grand ideas is that we put a bunch of cards from our deck into the graveyard, either by discarding it or milling it. And then we revive the ancient metal dragons, to go back to ice pool. Revive one of the ancient metal dragons and go to town, which all of them are like dragons with various mana costs and stats. Pizza got stuck in the back of my but they all have flying. And they all say, if we hit someone, slap someone's ass with them, we get an effect that revolves around D20. Black revives creatures equal to the with CMC equal to the number rolled. The green one puts X +0 counters on each of up to 2 target creatures. Then we each of up to 2 target creatures. The red one, which is the most expensive, creates a number of treasure tokens equal to the result. Blue draws cards, and the white one makes tokens. Then I was like, we could make like a small reanimation package to try to get these on board. Like we met out a whole deck and then slap them onto the board and I could reanimate or something. Thinking about it. Also, because Grave Endeavor is like the only reanimation spell in the whole ice pool. I'm not sure if that is a great plan, as we're up on recycling it over and over again. Which we can do. Do we? I mean, probably not. Have like a bunch of other stuff we pop onto or use our other reanimation spell on. Because I was thinking, going through the like big spells that we could cast. And of the spells, I can find the Emeritus. It's not. Guys, reclused it or not. Oh no. Oh no. I'll offshoot off Emeritus. The wild research. Instantly pull something. But it is the wait. Excuse me. There was an Archmage Emeritus. But do sorted by and a value sending. Moment of reckoning. Moment of reckoning. It's 3 double white, double black, which cost doesn't really matter in the situation that we're gonna tree cast it. But we choose up to 4 where we destroy a non-land permanent. Choose up to 4, and we may choose the same mode for the nodes. This is probably for if we target something with something and it changes zones, the entire spell doesn't fizzle. It's probably the thing behind that. But you do choose just 4 anyway. But the modes are we can destroy target non-land permanent, or we can target a non-land permanent card in our graveyard, put it onto the battlefield. Which will help us get back any artifacts over 3 mana that we can't get back with Goblin Engineer. Such as the Deck of Many Things, or for our purpose, Wizard's Spellbook. Which is another card that I thought would add, that I have been told could possibly be insane because of the Nat 20 result. It's an artifact for 5 and 2. The exile an instant or sorcery card from a graveyard, so any graveyard. Then we roll a d20, but we only activate it as a sorcery. Even though it would be great if we could just activate it at any time. I guess I don't want the cascade of triggers to just be triggering on someone else's instep. But on a 1 through 9, we copy the card. We can cast the copy. So if someone has a good spell in their graveyard, we can exile it. It's gone forever, mind you. Then not ever cast it if we don't have to, or just cast it ourselves. Which is made especially easy if we get the 10 through 19, which is that we copy that card. We may cast the copy by paying 1 generic mana, paying its mana cost. And I think you can, like, kick it and stuff, pay for other costs on it. The first 2 ones. But on Nat 20, they can copy each card exiled with the artifact. We can cast any number of the copies without paying their mana costs. So this could go insane. I've just always been hung up on why only as sorcery. Because imagine using this in like a clutch situation where you don't have a counter spell in hand. Someone goes to cast a fail weapon. Then you activate this in response. Exile a arcane endeavor from either your graveyard or someone else's graveyard. Then cast that over top of the farewell. Or you steal someone's Teferi's protection from the graveyard. Like, let's say someone casts Fairy's Protection. Then as it's resolving, if you can. Because I think the graveyard is phased out too. It is Fairy's Protection. Till your next turn, your life total can't change, and you gain protection from everything or permanents you control phase out. Nice. So what I was describing does work. If the wizard's spellbook wasn't at sorcery speed, could target someone else's Tef proc because let's say someone's casting a farewell, they cast Tef proc over top. You wait for the Teferi's Protection to resolve. Then you can exile the Tef proc from the graveyard. And cast it yourself. So, the farewell player is only screwing themselves and the other person that can't cast Fairy's Protection. But since we can't, the next best alternative that does go with our deck, if we don't want to play the Fairy's Protection, which I'm mixed on, is Perch Protection, which is a card that I saw come out and was torn on, but have heard that does well. We can gift an extra turn to somebody, create 4 that, and to gift someone something. It's its own full thing where we choose a player and they take an extra turn to choose an opponent. But it's 4 and double white at instant speed. And we create 4 2/2 blue bird creature tokens with flying. And if the gift was promised, all permanents we control face out till our next turn. And our life total can't change, and we gain protection from everything.
Thank you very much.
And we exile it. So if we're in a winning position, we can cast this off Sicily and essentially buy ourselves an extra turn, providing there isn't like poison or anything. Because poison gets around protection. It also gets around the fairy's protection too. Like for you Blightsteel Colossus people. But we buy ourselves an extra turn. Let our opponents fight amongst each other. Then win on the following turn. Or if we mill it over, we can exile it with Wizard's Spellbook and just protect ourselves anyway, or do the same thing. Or we just add it into the pile of spells we can cast off of the Nat 20 result of the card. But we can also just cast it in a pinch. Like if we're in a bind. Like, oh no, we're about to be attacked for lethal. I say no. How about an extra turn? Take all of that elsewhere. Which, again, I'm mixed on. So I went with Dawn's Truce instead. Which I'm kind of happy that I got it at 10, considering it's 20 now. I don't know, I think I got it in foil at $5. If you gift a card to somebody, this is basically just heroic intervention. You and permanents we control, us and permanents we control gain hexproof until end of turn. Then if the gift was promised, permanents we control also gain indestructible till end of. So, but I'm thinking we could just play both. Just like double up on protective spells. Which will probably be interesting. I had like a whole bunch of lists for music queued up. I guess I lost them all. Awesome, all my maze of tabs. This seems like something. Oh, AI detected, I think. Doesn't have the AI tag. Oh, doesn't matter. But that said, I can just run both. Have John's truths for smaller stuff and then Purge protection for bigger things like farewell. Although I guess our graveyard isn't protected. Ugh. With it being a game changer, I guess we don't have to worry that much about it. Maybe. It's mostly just our own stuff. Not our own stuff, but reckless endeavor. But any other field routes that we want to run? Which I'm debating on. Because we give our stuff indestructible all the time and get away with a lot more fields that we can cast off of Sicily. Which, before someone asks, damn it. Can give us the stuff indestructible most of the time with Frontline Medic, which whenever this creature and at least two other creatures attack, creatures we control gain indestructible until end of turn. Meaning that we can attack at our discretion. Make sure I didn't fish up the bear. No, it was a koala. It was a koala. But that means if we have this guy out, we can attack at will. And we don't have any issues that that would come up a something like Dolman's Gate, which is a card that I also debated adding to the deck, because it just got reprinted, but like 20 cents is cheaper than $30, $40. And also it takes our stuff from Reckless Endeavor, which is one of the combos that got me excited to play Sicily in the first place. And I'm sure there's other stuff, but he's the best that I could find. That wasn't just like a sacrifice thing, but a spell. And that could be repeated. As many times as we wanted. Never mind the fact that we can sacrifice him to counter an X spell, as the player pays 3. An additional. Just kind of its own weird thing, you know? That it just does that, but I don't know. It can come up. And saves us a harder counterspell for other stuff. Like if someone's going to win the game off of an X spell, you can use this guy.
Thank you very much.
Oh, hey, Minji. Yeah, I just wanted to do some fishing, and while I was doing Toontown fishing, I'll talk myself through the dice deck that I want to build, that I would be building, but Architect login servers are being like crazy and wonky, which is why I was late putting up stream today, because I was spending way too long trying to get into my account to try and edit my deck. Yeah, you're right. I'll call you Benji. But I also want to try and get some of the fish that I'm missing. Switch to my Toon Tracker rig here. trying to get the grizzly barracuda, which I think would have fit last week's thumbnail, but maybe you'd want to find these fish. And as I said in the update video, I do want to do like a whole marathon kind of thing where I finish off Toontown, I guess. Well, not finish Toontown, but finish out most of the content that there is to Toontown rewritten at this current moment. Three beans, release that. And I also say that because our Cellbot suit is almost to level 49 2.0. Our Lawbot is already version 2. Level 49 2.0. Then we have Cashbot and Bossbot still. Yeah, I think that's what I was planning on doing. I would do like a boss rush kind of thing. Where I do the bosses in the order that I got them to level 49 which would be Lawbot first, Cellbot, which I'm leaving at 48 for now. Then I'm gambling on whether or not I finish off the Cashbot or Bossbot suit first. Which, if I'm a gambling man, it's probably going to be the Cashbot suit first. So it'll be Court Justice, VP, then either the CFO, then CEO. So no gag refills and no like tune-ups. Well, tune-ups in the sense that I won't go treasure hunting. And other than, like, no Professor Pete, all the rest of the SOS cards are fair game. That's what I'm thinking. Sell off some fish. That said, I don't know if I want to carry the boss rush stuff into the 4-star field office. Because if I do a marathon, I think the final thing that I want to do is end off on a star field office. As just like a cool ending to both the stream and the whatever. But up till then, it would be like kooky challenges while doing like the cities or unfunctions. Then the debate of whether or not I want to do like more Flash stuff. But continue to wait for the whatever. The hammer space. The gears. Gears of what one might say. But also I'm just fishing now because why not? I had to do something that didn't require thinking. Because subscription usually just takes up all of my head space. I can't think of stuff. Helps to think of Magic the Gathering stuff. Which even with all of the fun stuff that I could do, I'm still always going to think of the fact that I don't know what I'm doing with this deck at all. Just because dice are bad. Even with the commander options that I chose. Oh, sorry. I'll turn it down. It's not the game audio, it's the music that I also have on. I'm sorry about the accent. Know where it came from, don't know where it's going. Cotton Eye Joe. Decent. That any better though? Yeah, sorry about that. Even after figuring it out, I'm still fucking with it. Turn it down a bit. I shall keep that in mind. But yeah, even though there's cool stuff in dice that I could do, it's all just going to be either expensive and dirty or comically bad. Or like some weird mix of both. And that's because of the whatever I called it on Twitter. The play designers of the Anti-Dice Blood Pact. Because the play designer's too scared of wanting to accidentally making something too powerful that rolled dice, then want to make something too powerful, but also just because they want to I don't know, something. So they decided to, at least the ones that I think Patrick Chafin talked to, any dice card that came across the desk, they just decided to make bad. And I'm taking that from the unglued episode of the Receivables. But I did probably find some neat stuff that I can do with them. And I'll try to at least do that to a competent degree. With the set amount of cards that I want in the deck that rolls dice being 13 to I think 18 is the number that I came up with, and that's from the Secret Lair Heads I Win, Tails You Lose Secret Lair Commander deck that came out years ago for the high end. And Gavin's deck that was based on for the low end. And I'm doing it like that because the deck that I had 4 years ago that I tried to find help for, one of the complaints was that there was not enough dice roll cards in the deck, even though there was 13. And all of that I came up with one night a few weeks ago. Then I got pissed off because I had 13 cards that rolled dice in my deck before. That's including the attraction stuff that I had in there before. Because I wanted to do attraction stuff before. Because attractions are cool. And I opened a foil storybook ride that I want to use. But I did the sealed for Infinity. And another 3 being released. So after all of that, I can get to the 13 that would make the deck into a proper dice roll deck, even though there's no like proper commander for it. But also I'll probably get yelled at for that too, because the difference between dice then, not dice then, coin flips then, and dice now at their peak is that there was 50 something coin flip cards then compared to the 105 dice roll cards that we have now. That is true. And I wish that I could play Golos. Because if I could use Golos, that would solve one of the issues with one of my cards, or just make it like a strong debate. That is, if I can find after I cast again, not just ignore my casting. That is this one. Delena. Which, when she attacks, creates tokens of a creature that not legendary, but exile themselves. She's only good with either creatures that slap ass, creatures with enter the battlefield effects, or creatures that have a what's the other one? Leaves the battlefield trigger. Since Golos has an enters the battlefield trigger, I could just use Delana to copy Golos a bunch of times and get a whole bunch of lands for my deck. Then maybe have yet another Alt-Win-Con in my deck. I have like all the gates and stuff. But Golos is banned because they fear my raw power. But no, he was just too ubiquitous, the format. Or bear. But it would also solve the mana issue. I'm full again. But it would also solve the mana issue, where almost everything in the deck is at 4 CMC for whatever reason. So having a 5 CMC commander would help with that. But I decided 4 dice, I would go with Sicily as like the main one. And that's just to cast the Endeavors. And if I have some of the like attack synergy kind of stuff, it works with some of the draft chaff attack creatures. That is also true. Like if you have like a set play group and you can run Golos as a commander just in the 99, then go off. But don't have friends. But more friends that can play paper commander. And setting up a shadow box be back. It's superseded. Exactly. But Wizards more superseded the format because of the whole drama with Dockside Extortionists and whatnot. People going, oh no, my deck with all these toxic cards is no longer legal. Oh no! I'm gonna tell the Commander Rules Committee to kill themselves. Which still boggles my mind that people would do that. But whatever, what happened, happened. And we all have to live with the consequences of those people. Then I have to live with the eternal debate of whether or not I want to turn the entire deck into a combo deck with Othel and Thornbite Staff, or just have it as like a thing that can happen in the deck and play like no tutors. But aside from like guided passage, which is debatable if you could count it as a tutor. Because you give your opponents your library and select one guy to go through your entire deck and select 3 cards from it. But considering I also want to run Treasure Chest and Goblin Engineer that can, like, recycle the treasure chest that sacrifices itself and maybe makes a treasure. Unless I have, like, the new Chira out. Which the true. I can just make deals with it, and it is otherwise just a raw 3 for Sicily. And also, that is true. Like I asked about in one of the Magic Discords that I'm in, and one of the guys mentioned that out of all the times it was cast, the person who cast it never won. So I don't know if it's just like user error, arcane denial kind of thing. Because there was a video a while back where someone was talking about arcane denial and how bad it was. Ooh. New record for the frozen fish. But also on that, I do have the foil full art offer you can't refuse. Because I was just looking at various counter spells that cost 2 or less, so I could fetch them back with Comet Stellar Pup. Because Comet Stellar Pup, if you roll a 3, and exactly a 3, you take 1 loyalty counter from them, then return a card with mana value 2 or less from the graveyard to your hand. So I was looking at various counter spells and removal that fit that criteria, just in case I draw a Comet early, and or dump a bunch of like 2 mana stuff in there. Besides just the fetch lands I'm running. Not like the spike fetch lands, but like the Prismatic Vista, the other one, and Ash Barrels. Because aside from like 10 basic lands, it's all like various gold lands. Just because I thought it'd be funny to like run a 5-color deck with all like they're mostly gold lands. And of course, the really ought to get like the cat one. I have a foil version of this one. Like the full art, it's the other side of the table from the normal art. Some foundations. If I had the choice, I'd like to go for like the cat one just cause cat face. Exactly. It's the hunt for shinies. And the Monster Hunter. It isn't Monster Hunter, it's the Secret Lair one. Which I think was... I forget which Secret Lair, but... one of the various cat ones. Just because they've released like too many secret layers that are just like cat stuff. I mean, you're right. I don't think they have announced a release of the Monster Hunter Secret Lair after the whole debacle of the last time they announced it. But aside from the one, maybe. Gosh. I don't know. Actually, I'll Google that. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have announced a re-release of the Monster Hunter Secret Lair. It has been like 9 months, it looks like. That is kind of weird. But also, as I noted before, I was going to note, it's like a cross-section of me wanting to foil out this let's guess secret. Oh, for sure. Like, Secret Lair as a whole has been, like, bad, for lack of a better term. But maybe poop out the butt. Because Secret Lairs have been, well, ever since they went from the I forget the model, but the pay to demand model, the print to demand model, to the new model, all of their secret layers have been ass for some reason. Like, they are, I guess, putting out some bangers every once in a while. Again. But all of those sell out, like, overnight. So I don't really follow, like, the whole secret layer kind of thing. I mean, they are slowly bringing back print to demand, which they only got rid of because of the whole coin flip secret layer commander deck, which I don't know. Like if you suddenly put something onto your print shop that they weren't ready for, and it's super popular, so you have to print out a lot. Then that should be expected. But also, I guess they wanted with that FOMO. But I haven't been paying attention to like Secret Lair past. What I see as announcements on my Twitter of people posting spoilers for what's coming up in Secret Lairs. Oh, for sure. That is true. What's worse? Wasting dev time or wasting, like, paper? No. Like, if only 5 people buy a Secret Lair, then you only have to print out 1 sheet to fulfill those 5 people's orders. Versus printing out 100 and only getting those 5. Then having to throw out, like, sheets and sheets worth of product. And as the professor at Tulane Community College noted, if they were worried about ship time for the Secret Lairs, they were already doing that anyway. But they were trying to shorten the wait times and almost had it to like a perfect kind of thing. Start to That is kind of true. Like maybe they were able to shorten the wait time for the logistics because they were using like cheap paper and shit. So they were able to get away with not quality testing their stuff to a reasonably good degree. But at the same time, I think the CEO they had also upped the quality of the everything. That's why he got fired. Because the CEO of Hasbro doesn't want quality products for the customer. He wants money. And better quality products don't bring in the money, Mr. Squidward. Which the fact that Hasbro is using like Wizards of the Coast and Magic the Gathering as a gold parachute for if the main company does bad is kind of ridiculous. That's true also. You make a good point. We do need more slop. Step on the gas of that newfangled slop, Mr. Squidward. Interesting. Charu. I guess it can't be. Botsy leaves Hasbro. Like some Elon Musk type figure steps out of the woodwork to buy up Botsy. If not Elon Musk himself. Or Watsy finds a way to get out of Hasbro on their own accord, which will probably never happen. I mean, if I was betting, man, I'd bet more on like the Elon Musk or somebody else buying Watsy out from under Hasbro versus Watsy being able to leave Hasbro by their own just because of the amount of money that Wizards makes Hasbro. Stepping away to put some ranch away. After I reel in no boot. And I come back to having to release a starfish. Another old. Thinking about it too. I don't know if there's ever going to be like a CEO of Watsy that sees eye to eye with the CEO of Hasbro. Or the lead of Watsy that meets with eye to eye with this CEO of Hasbro. Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe this is actually the bootleg. On Boot Street on the corner of Rusted Shoelace and Tainted Leather. The walrus trying to get the grizzly. Whichever. No. Like, Watsy's probably always going to be, like, chugging along unless the print shop gets struck by lightning that they're currently working on. Gets set ablaze, which does happen from time to time. Magic the Gathering's always going to be like about. There's so many cards out that people are always going to be thinking about doing certain things. I mean, I'm not excited about all of the MTG stuff, even though I follow it immensely just by accident. Because YouTube has it set in its algorithm that, hey, you watched all this Magic the Gathering stuff for years. Why don't you watch more Magic the Gathering stuff? We know you quit because those Redditors told you to kill yourself, but watch more Magic the Gathering content. Because why not? I'm 50. So I've just been in the ecosystem as a ghost. Then Dice came in, and I was like, oh, I'll make a deck. Then a bunch of Reddit stuff happened again, and I went mad for the last 4 years, trying to come up with a good deck. Only to come to the conclusion that I had a good deck based on the Secret Layer coin flip deck. And now I'm mad in both directions. Piano tuna. Black barracuda. And a full bucket. I also just have like a renewed sense of vigor to complete this deck because of hiccups. Because of the new card that's coming out in 2 months that I can kick out Mr. House with, which is Chira All In, that makes a tap treasure that's a plus hold counter on herself every time we roll a die or do something else random or some other things randomly. Turning a card at random from our graveyard to our hand does not count. Damn it. That is true. But I don't know if I'd call it an addiction. I'd more call it a was addiction. But then after the whole like Reddit drama over like me trying to transform a deck to a two-lane deck based on the fact that two-lane was a beast whisperer in the command zone, which I thought went well with the deck that I was trying to do. I was just like, left. But mostly left. Then just like ended up buying a bunch of Magic Gathering over the years anyway. Oh yeah. And as I was saying before, but the whole me coming back to wanting to make this deck. I started to try and build it 4 years ago because I promised myself after I found out there was dice in Magic the Gathering that the cards then were good, that if they came to Black Border, I would love to have a deck that played a bunch of these dice roll cards, which almost came to fruition in Unstable. New record for the new record. It almost came to fruition with the Unstable set because the whole experiment they were doing at that moment that should have been longer than a goddamn month. Then the Black Border coming thing that I initially ignored until I drafted Infinity. Said, hey, I have all these dice cards. I'm gonna make a dice deck, and then but then Cheera getting spoiled renewed my sense of vigor making this deck. Because I can do wacky and crazy stuff with the card pool again. And not have to focus on like D20 bullshit. So take that, universe. I'll figure it out eventually. Even if I am doing like a 3-ringed Venn diagram of stuff for Sicily, stuff for Arthelm, and stuff for dice, which mostly intersect. Even though I can't decide whether I want to make it a hard combo deck or a quad deck. I'll show that Reddit. Then I'll throw beer bottles at them. Maybe not beer bottles, because I don't drink beer, but some kind of bottle. Or just my billions of red Solo cups I got over the years for some reason. Then I'm cleaning out my apartment and then finding stacks of red Solo cups, fresh in pack, and then I'm going, what the hell am I gonna do with these? Throw them at Redditors, that's it. Then that'll learn them. Come on, Grizzly. A new record. Come on, Grizzly. Dang it. Missed. But I mean, outside of like general magic stuff, it is kind of interesting that I did find the receivables. Like, I do kind of like looking through Magic's history, which is how I found out that the dice, some of the original dice cards in Unclued were supposed to be in the Urza's Saga, before at some point in development they decided they wanted to focus on less of the casual crowd and more of the competitive crowd. Which isn't a receivables fact. Like, I read on some Wizards article like years ago that I can't really find anymore. So I'm thinking either I'm making that up based on context clues of Urza's Science Fair project, or the article was just deleted. It's on some other hard drive somewhere. But also, I think if I'm thinking about it. Magic the Gathering, even though I know like a lot about it, stopped being an addiction after like I lost so many games of Commander. And my normal scaredy cat approach, which occasionally worked in like 60 card settings, of having like encounter spells and shit, stopped working. Oh, boot! I think that's the most old boots that I've ever seen. Like, god damn. Also, thank God for this release thing, saving me some time fishing the bucket space. No, wrong bear! Need a grizzly, damn it! And I might after I redub that one video of the experiment that I can't really work on because I don't really play as often as I used to. Mostly just due to work. But do have to redub that, and that'll be its own. I guess also aside from this mad experiment, which that I am on, that has Reddit sullied my honor as a deck builder, even though it was usable before. Don't want to really focus on like magic stuff. Scared the shit out of me. But so long, whoever that was. Oh, you came in. Nice. Yeah, I think I have been going for like 5 hours. I think I ought to just, like, not touch grass, because I already did, but like, do other chores. Oh boy. I gotta find that mouse rat thing that died in my house. Probably at least finish off this bucket. Oh, but also finish up the overlays that I want to do for this stream. I got too lost in the sauce trying to make a can that I said in the Discord. How's that not a catch? Ugh. No more balloonfish. Starfish. Moundfish. Shark. Dogfish. King crab. Rocking seahorse and foot. Disappointing, I couldn't get the grizzly. But you know, there's other days. I'll probably do another fishing stream. Maybe. Maybe just finish up Inscription for the Pony Island 2 gets announced. That'll be fun. Fun for me. Maybe do some Skull Storm challenges. Beat up that golden exo fella. Maybe also replace this this whole thing with something artistic that I'll come up with. Since I can't really do the whole Roblox thing. These bastards. But if anyone's still here and watching, have a great week. I'll probably be back next week with more inscription or fishing. I'll probably think about it, see what I'm feeling at that week point in time. I hope y'all have a great week. Or a better week than mine.